All right. Welcome in, everyone, to the 12-hour stream. We're starting a little bit late, so we'll be going till 3:18 or 3:30, whatever it ends up being. At some point, we're probably going to end up playing more Look Outside, because I was very tired last night, but very much enjoying that game. Fantastic. Alright, making sure all my stuff's good. Crim, so don't forget to change your stream category to art then. Oh, I forgot. That is true. Haha, I am a professional streamer, everyone. Totally. Totally. Alright, I need my own music now. Alright, so the first block, which will be a number of hours until I get tired of it, we're going to be working on TTRPG stuff. So, yeah. Solo TTRPG assets. And we were doing thumbnails last night when my computer decided to shit the bed. How you doing, Crim? And for all of you who are just coming in, joining us right now, Crim helped us out with some flats on Chapter 1. I almost fell asleep hugging my cat, then I saw your Discord ping and went, nah, I gotta at least say hi, right? Well, we're gonna be going for 12 hours, so don't worry about that. You'll have plenty of opportunities to say hi. Go ahead and snuggle your kitty. I was doing the same this morning. I found out I had a longer conversation with the vet. Had a longer conversation with the vet about Jade's blood work, and it's not great, because I'm making sure that this is working fine. One of those conversations, I'm guessing. Well, she's got a lot of health problems. She's got the thyroid issue, she's got the high blood pressure, she's got, her blood sugar is borderline, like, they're not sure if she could have diabetes. That's why they want to check her urine, get a urine sample on Monday, and they're going to keep her most of the day, and, basically, we're going to have to drop her off in the middle of the day. And then, you know, we'll see what happens, right? Yeah, unfortunately, she's not doing great. I have to re-authenticate to verify my account to get paid? That's weird. I figured it would just show up. I guess not. But... okay, so that's neat, I guess. I don't remember what password I used. I'll fuck with that later. Oh, Twitch. Yeah, I get that. Snuggle her as long as you still can. I sure damn well made sure my cat went out in my arms, purring and knowing he's safe. Mom wasn't too happy about the piss-soaked jacket, but I couldn't care less. Exactly. So this is a little bit of what we got done before the stream crashed, and I lost all my will to keep going for that. So we're gonna do some creature design too, because the frontier is a strange place. We're just gonna get started on it. And there's a video I sent my buddy Octal that I want to use as an example. Okay, good. Had to make sure that my my desktop audio was on. Yes, assets. Or in the case of this, we're going to be doing silhouettes. And if you've never seen silhouettes in the ideation process, it's a really useful technique for creating characters, outfits for your characters, and things like that. I was trained to do this because I lucked out and had some pretty good instructors at the Scam University. A broken clock is sometimes right twice a day, as they say. And I want to create a somewhat new design, not necessarily a new one, for the silhouetted cyborgs that we see in Chapter 1. The Cthulhuroids, the first model. And they're going to have a transformation. I had a weird-ass dream, okay? I don't know why I've been dreaming about snakes, but... Dream Me is really concerned with snakes for some reason. If I ever want a new-looking design for my brain, I just have to get off my meds. You'd be surprised what you can come up with, creature design-wise. And actually, I'm not satisfied with the way this creature is truly bizarre. Have you guys ever heard of sea spiders? They walk the bottom of the ocean, and they have a proboscis that basically allows them to suck the fluids out of their prey. So, like, we're gonna watch this in a little bit. Don't worry. I fucking hate them. Yeah. So we're gonna do something with the sea spider as inspiration for some land animals, or some land creatures, rather. I ain't watching shit of that. Alright, duly noted. I'll wait until you go to bed. How's that? And then we'll watch it. And this thing looks like a fucking cryptid. It's so creepy, I love it. But you know, that's like right up my fucking alley, too. I don't know if I'll give it 8 legs because it's supposed to... the things in the frontier, especially near the Illinois area, are very strange because they're not fully... they're not fully terrestrial. We'll say that. And this is a consequence of what happens in Sulinier's Enigma Book 2. So, fans of Sulinier's Enigma will be very happy. It's creepy, it's good, just don't put me near one and I will die on the spot with it looking at me like, what the fuck did I just do here? Maybe we can give it a lower center of gravity. I want to play with silhouettes. Because these things are kind of going to be important at some point in the XGR storyline. This is going to be my warm-up activity today. Practically. Who is Matt? I grew up with spiders having the audacity to fight me back usually, so my current fly pest fucked daddy Longlegs stays in the corner, then I'm fine. Yeah, daddy, cellar spiders, I actually like cellar spiders quite a bit. We have a lot of them in our crawl space, and they kill all the nastier spiders and all the nastier bugs too. They'll eat pretty much anything. Maybe we can do some asymmetry. I like asymmetry. For these, they will be sort of ink monsters. Actually, let's work in black. Since that is literally what they're gonna... the color that they're going to be, or lack thereof. My issue is I can't see past arm's length, so as a child I saw some blurry fucking black blood running towards me, and I fucking ran. Aww. So you're nearsighted, or... yeah, nearsighted would be the right term, right? Maybe you call it something else in the Netherlands. Yep, nearsighted. Yeah, my wife's eyesight is not great, and yesterday she had a scare because she walked through a web, and then, like, I wasn't able to see the spider. I'm sure there was a spider there. But yeah. I like for monster design to use a little bit of asymmetry. Which is probably why I like Look Outside so much. Plus, it has so many fucking teeth. So I'm guessing when you go to bed, you take your glasses off, and that's when... bad things can happen. Like, a few months ago, I saw a green thing walk towards me in the bathroom at 2 a.m. The cats ended up eating it, but I cried, and... with, again, no glasses, I still don't know what it was, but it was green and fat. Yeah, I'm not sure what your wildlife is like out there. Give him a fat bottom. So they're not going to be... I don't think they're going to be 8-legged things, but we are taking inspiration from spiders. Because their master has 6 legs in most of its incarnations. So I imagine they would have a limp if they usually have one claw or one scythe leg. That is larger than the others. Middle of the city center, there's not supposed to be much wildlife. Well, I mean, you'd be surprised too, because like even Richmond being... I mean, Richmond's a smaller city, but it's still really urban, you know, so... Might as well try to design monsters tomorrow at work. How's that going, by the way? What fucked me up was the discovery that we've got something called kissing bugs out here that have been, because of climate change, moving more and more north. They used to only be in, like, South America and, like, the very, very most southern United States. And these things apparently have a protozoan that, if it gets into a wound or one of your mouth or your eyeball or something, if it gets into your blood, basically, it can destroy you from the inside out. It gives you Chagas disease, and this is a huge problem, or was a huge problem in South America. So, you know, in Texas and Arizona, apparently, there's a different breed of them. Like, about 70% of the species carries the parasite, or, the protozoan. And, but this specific variety actually poops on you while it feeds. Like, it is a parasite because it feeds on you like a mosquito might. I think it would be like tilted to the side or something. One of the best things you can do for your designs is to do iterative design like this. And just work with shapes. Just work with the shapes. Cuz you can alter this in many different ways. And we're going to do some alterations here and some resizing. Just something that would add so well to this monster is tryptophobia on its main body. I've done that before. I do that in a lot of my designs, and there will be creatures like that in XGR because it's canon to my OEI stuff. But these things are more inky. They have kind of a tar ink-like quality to them. And they're most comfortable in the astral lands, but they're connected and sort of like offspring or eyes for a certain eldritch being, which I will not mention its name here because I don't want you guys to go insane. I don't want you to lose your mental faculties, and what have you, but also it would be a spoiler. So Linear's Enigma fans know, though. They know. So you probably don't want to run into these things because they're bad news. They're going to be in Linear's Enigma Book 3 as well, I believe. I've already written them in. This is the first time I'm designing a version of them. I'll be the judge of your skill on it, joke, but if it makes me want to eat the page, you did well. I mean, I've been told I'm pretty good at scaring the shit out of people. So, a story I told last night before the stream shit the bed is for my observatory Call of Cthulhu scenario, which is still in need of a few rounds of playtesting, and I just haven't had time. But I've written it out. It's all formatted and stuff for Miskatonic U for Drive-Thru RPG. Basically, the scenario takes place in the Atacama Desert. You play a astronomer, and you go out to the Atacama Desert for a special job, but the observatory that you end up working at looks like it was built during the Gregorian age. And so it looks really out of place. And when you get the tour and everything, it still looks really strange, because it should not look as old as it is. It looks like a fusion of new and old. But when you go to sleep, long story short, you wake up screaming in the middle of the night, and everything in the observatory feels strange. And, like, one of the ladies who was playtesting, when I had basically a table of random things that could happen during the opening sequence, she screamed when the door opened by itself because of how I set it up. Like, it scared her. It straight up scared her. Years ago, I had a few warts like that, and I kindly made sure it was gone by the end of the day. One doctor visit later, and she scolded me so much and got bandaged up. Lol. Ooh, yeah, I understand the scolding. Thankfully, I have not had warts like that. But yeah, that scenario is probably my favorite that I've written for Call of Cthulhu. And the only reason why I haven't released it or published it yet is because I want it to be the best quality that it can possibly be. Because, like, I can run it no problem, but, you know, I want any Joe or Jane or, you know, anyone in between to be able to run it no problem and be able to run it well. Alright, we have an ad starting in 30 seconds, everyone. We're in the daylight portion of this little 12-hour stream. So be sure to ignore all the ads that come your way, because most likely they're going to be promoting AI to you. We've seen some crazy ones, though. Alright, I think he's looking pretty cool. Maybe we could do a side view. Whatever counts as a side view. Oh, I totally forgot to put the, Well, that's a nice ad. I'd rather that than the AI shit. Everyone who is watching, welcome back. And since you are back, I totally forgot. We've been going for about 33 minutes already, and I totally forgot to pin the Kickstarter link in the chat. But I've done so now. There is 3 days, less than 3 days, left to make your pledge for my Cyberpunk Battle manga. So, if you want what is more than likely going to be larger than this, this is the original, this is the second proof. This is the original proof right here, done by Mixum. But if you want a copy, if you want physical copies of Chapter 1 or 2, or both, you really should do both. Head over to the link pinned in the chat. Because you're not going to be able to get Chapter 2 until the end of this month. It's not going to come out until the end of this month. Most want to give it like a... like it walks like it has a cane. Like an old man. My ad wasn't AI. It was a plastic bottle money return ad to keep your neighborhood clean. Yeah, sometimes the ads aren't terrible. I would prefer that to any of the fucking AI bullshit they put on here. But we are currently up to 2166. The second stretch goal would be to add add the lore compendium, the first lore compendium, to Chapter 1. Lore Compendium 1 added to Standard Edition. I wonder, how do those creatures reproduce? Probably asexually. They're not technically creatures. They're most comfortable in the Astralands or the Dreamlands, whichever term you prefer. So their reproduction would be strange. Be very strange. It would not be like, because they're eldritch, you know, they're both alive and dead. They're dead but dreaming. Or if you like these look cool, thank you. Phil Artie McGuffin. That name looks very familiar. Yeah, we're just doing some silhouettes for some of the creatures that will be included in the solo TTRPG campaign that will come with some of the tiers for my Cyberpunk Battle Manga Kickstarter. Because there will be a full-ass tabletop RPG soon. Yeah, been off and on. Well, welcome in, welcome in. We're doing a 12-hour stream to celebrate the impending end The depth in those silhouettes looks great. Thank you, thank you. It usually takes me a couple of times to like warm up and stuff, but I love doing silhouettes. Like, I haven't gotten to do many in a while. Like, I did some for like the Sindala generation ship designs a while back, and to break in a sketchbook, and I've wanted to do more because they're so fun. Like, you can do so much with just a silhouette. Like, sometimes it's a lot of fun as well to work with an ink brush. So asexually, that means it could promote to a friend that technically they are fuckable and get a follower. Something like that. The faces feel like they are screaming towards the camera. Yeah, yeah. I mean, so, I'm not going to show its... Well, I already showed it in the trailer. Let's see. I think I have to go to... Daijutsu... So, like, this RPG... And really, it's mostly the setting. The faces look cute. It's mostly the setting. Is kind of a mixture between, depending on which era that you play in, because, like, XGR is one part of the setting, one era. What I call the Xeno Soul setting, which is a combination of cyberpunk, it's a combination of Lovecraftian horror, and battle manga as well. So it's kind of... I need more water. Soon. But there's also the Sileniar's Enigma. Like, ooh. I think it's the twist and the attitude through the thorax and depth to make that... to them, they're great. Thank you. Let's see. I've always loved doing eldritch creature design. Let me see. What was I gonna do? I was gonna show something off. Oh yeah, I need Kickstarter. Or is it... I need the video assets. Kickstarter assets, trailer 1. Oh, here it is. So this is an illustration of the thing that kind of gives birth to these things. And it has all these little hands down here. And they're kind of hard to see here because I was imprecise. Because I needed to make this very quickly. So you can sort of imagine these things as miniature versions of the creature, of the thing that that birthed them, translated them. And all throughout Sileniar's Enigma, like, eldritch beings do this a lot to influence our physical reality. They're able to impart part of their essence into a living being, kind of like Nyarlathotep does. I need to finish a character's skin stream, but we'll be right back for sure. Looking forward to seeing how these turn out. The bookmark designs were cool. I saw previous. Ah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, feel free to pop in anytime. And I'm not totally satisfied with this. I think we can lengthen it out a little bit. Like that. Have fun with that. Yeah, definitely don't, like, ignore your own stream. Your public. Don't ignore your public. Not that you are. You fallen asleep, Krim? Nice. Are these running along the behind parting take? I'm not sure. He's running along. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Feel free to clarify whenever you come back. And I'll try to answer as best as I can. I know I said I was going to do a side view, but I don't think I did. It still looks pretty 3D. I think I want to give one like a huge, like almost tumorous back. Then one important thing about doing silhouettes is to make sure that you don't run your silhouettes together, so you kind of like how they do in manga. Running along the ceiling, sorry. Streaming to crickets at present, embryonic streamer bonus skin for a comp winner, so promo for game. Oh, gotcha. Okay, interesting. Well, let's go ahead and drop you a lurk. Let's follow you, too. Oh, I guess you're not streaming right now. It says you're not. Oh. Ah, thanks, man. Much appreciated. Of course, we try to support our fellow artists as much as we possibly can here. I'm scatterbrained as fuck, so sometimes plus I have a whole ass company to run, so I mean, I should give myself a little more slack than I sometimes do. Like, one of the most difficult things about spider-like creatures is how do you make the legs look good? Online momentarily. No, about to, sorry. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I do that sometimes before a stream too. I try to give people, say hi to certain people and whatnot while I'm prepping, and then I have to restart my computer to refresh my resources and all that stuff. I mean, I generally don't subscribe to the follow for follow thing, but what I do subscribe to is community. I like working towards building community, and while follow for follow is generally bad, building a community takes a lot of work, and that takes networking, getting to know people, and for someone who's terrible with names, that can be challenging. But yeah, I can't wait to put this solo campaign together, because currently I'm writing out the entire script for it, or the actual text for it, and then I gotta do an update to the system because a lot has changed. So I want to make sure that the rules that I include in the quick start guide are up to date. And then we're going to use... I'm probably not going to have time to, like, redo all of the techniques and stuff. And the focus element system, so we're going to work on that. Or rather, I'm going to work on that. But since that's really a lot of going through and reading rules and stuff, it's probably not something that would be very entertaining to do on stream. Alright. I need some more water. So I'm going to go ahead and pause the stream for a little bit. And I'll be right back. All right, I am back. Sorry about the delay. I had to clean up a mess. My cat peed outside the litter box, unfortunately. She's been having some trouble, given all her health problems. And Phil, I am lurking on you. I can't participate in your chat, because I have to be a follower for, like, 24 hours or something. So let's do something similar here. And the idea is that, okay, like I said, don't know what I'm doing, mostly will adjust that. Yeah. But I am there. I am lurking. I gotta focus on this right now, but giving you some support. And then let's create a much appreciated. Absolutely. It looks like you're a 3D modeler too. Is that Jax from Jak and Daxter? I can't have like your sound on or anything, but it looks very well made. No, own character. Oh, okay. It looks like it's in that style though, which is probably a good thing if that's what you were going for. If not, ignore what I said. Concepted, made on iPad. Oh, gotcha. Very nice. That's dope. I always appreciate when people are able to do 3D modeling stuff, because I have no patience for it. I can do shit like this where I sculpt away at these silhouettes and forms. I can do illustration. I can do book covers. I could write an entire fucking novel, but I get frustrated if I attempt to do 3D. Concept, Procreate, High Poly, Nomad, Sculpt, Game Mesh, Unwrap, Cozy Blanket, Painting Textures in Procreate. Nice. Like, I have been interested to take up sculpting again, because in art school I was pretty good at it, but it's an expensive it's an expensive art. I guess the closest would be, you know, working in ZBrush or something like that. But I would rather do it traditionally to sort of get the knack of it again. I don't even have any of the... I did a Batman in my sculpting class, like a Batman head from Batman Begins. Because I was absolutely obsessed with Batman. And then I did an Atreus from Sileniar's Enigma, or what would become Sileniar's Enigma. I should see if I remember how to draw him at some point. I believe he's mentioned a couple of times in the in books, book 2, book 1 and 2 actually, if I'm not mistaken. this one to be slightly longer. And maybe these have eyes too. Now, you're probably not going to be fighting these things, as they primarily exist in a hallucination that happens if you fail a will check. And also, at a certain point, if you're... At a certain point, you guys and your whole... your comrades in the Sindala Republic on this mission to save your brethren from Astrodest Megacity 2 end up flying at around 20 kilometers above the Earth's surface with no protection. And for Sindala, they can get enough oxygen to maintain consciousness for about 10 minutes. A normal human would die. Back in the day, really, Artist's Intuitive compared with ZBrush and Mudbox, etc. Yeah, Nomad is the closest I've come to really working with clay. Oh, cool. Interesting. All right, welcome back, everyone. Once again, if you are just popping in, we're doing a 12-hour stream to commemorate the impending end of my first ever Kickstarter for the first 2 chapters of Xenogaia Revolt, my cyberpunk battle manga that's like Dragon Ball had a Lovecraftian baby with Akira. This thing is going to be launching very soon, and this is the best opportunity to get in on the ground floor of this expanding universe. We're working on solo TTRPG assets, some creature design and stuff that I'm going to include in the print and PDF versions of the solo campaign that will include new lore for the Xenosoul setting, which is what I'm calling everything that's connected to XGR as a setting for the Daijutsu role-playing game, but the role-playing game will also come out sometime probably next year, because I'm going to be really busy with chapters, selling comics and stuff, because being a publisher and the creator is difficult. Especially when I have to do art too. But it's so much fun. Then I'll also probably reuse some panels from Chapter 2. Been going for about an hour and some change. Let's go ahead and check that Kickstarter. We're still at 127% funding. We would like to hit that that second stretch goal. So if we can get to 3,000, we'll be in good shape. But I will also probably be doing, in the second block today, doing corrections on Chapter 2 and getting it ready for final publication. So Chapter 2 is going to be... And I should be getting impending chibis from Anime AF. Let me open up my Gmail. All right. right, Chapter 2 chibi designs are here. Which I'm going to show off on stream. These are going to be part of the sticker packs. Let me go ahead and open these up for you. Kenzoku right here, looking like an absolute piece of shit. Just a shit-eating grin on him. But Rise is looking great. And this is a Mars unit. These are going to be stickers included with the certain tiers of the Kickstarter and as an add-on. But they turned out pretty dope. And they'll also be used as off-panel identification points. You'll see when I'm editing Chapter 2. Because I need to create a print PDF, and that's going to take a couple of hours, I feel. Well, no, probably not a couple of hours, maybe about an hour or so. But may as well keep it as a block for this thing. So we've got some establishing shots and shit to work on as well for one block. We've got this creature design pretty much done. Well, the silhouette done. I'll do like a more... we have a aristocratic CEO that I was working on last night. But let's do... Yeah, those sea spiders from a distance look like Spider Cthulhu, and I'm all about that shit. Oh, I was mentioning that for some reason I've been nice. He's cool. Yeah. All right, so I need some reference from specifically. Yep, ship him. Gotta ship him. Gotta ship him. Gotta ship him. Where are my things? New printer. So I know I have it as a stretch goal, but I don't think we're gonna hit the stretch goal. So I think I've figured out a way to increase the size of both Chapter 1 and 2 to A5 rather than manga standard, because like this is fine. You know, this size is fine. It's totally readable. But it'd be really nice if it was A5, you know, which is the size up. It's like almost like 5x8, and this is 4x7. Or 4x... It almost looks like 4x6 because... Where's my... This is a proof copy of Seleniar's Enigma. It's almost exactly... Right? Like, almost 4x6 exactly. So, like, I like the compact size, but I think for this and for, like, just presenting, like, this would be fine for a collected volume, I think, with a large amount of pages and stuff. But I want to do A5. I really want to try. I want to listen to the new Lamb of God album that came out recently. Hell yeah, Lamb of God rules. I got to see them live, and they were fucking awesome. I want the size down so it doesn't slow my shit down. We're going to do Cthulhu-roids now, the first generation of them. And the fun lore about these things is that they have a flawed dark matter drive, which means that they have a chance if the dark matter drive becomes overloaded, because the way it's built, they will transform. They will transform, and they are bad news. So, in a way, they're one of the most powerful iterations of these Eldritch cybernetic hybrid things. Because they're unpredictable. Also, there are rumors that they will drain the bodily fluids of their victims. Which sounds familiar, doesn't it? They are nightmare. They are nightmare fuel. And these things, the chibi version, let me show you the actual Mars units. It's like that's a cutesy-fied version of something that is actually going to be really terrifying. Let's go ahead and give you guys a preview of what the Mars units are going to look like, because they are going to be a problem. Where the fuck did I put them? Where did I put them? Oh, here they are. 17 by 100. Oh yeah, we want to do the... This is what they look like. Spoilers. Spoilers. The Mars units Cthulhu out, basically. They're even worse. If they roid out, you're in for a bad time. I haven't decided if they're gonna do that. I don't think they're gonna do that in this story arc, just because it would be a little bit early. But we're gonna have something else happen that is going to be not fun for the characters to deal with. Oh, Delta Green released a new expansion. I have not tried Delta Green, but I hear it's a really good variant of Call of Cthulhu. I don't know what the difference between Delta Green and Call of Cthulhu is, because they're both D100 RPGs, and Daijutsu is also a D100 RPG, by the way. So these things are very similar to the things you're going to see in the Nightmare sequence. The difference is they're probably a lot more powerful. But there's literally so much fun world building to be had. I don't like that pose. Which I guess I could just iterate on, but I don't feel like it. I wanna get it right. We're probably only gonna need one illustration of these guys. Now, whether that's like a group illustration, I'm also going to reuse some artwork from Chapter 1 depicting them. Because work smart, not hard, is a mantra. Especially since I have a lot of stuff that I got to do. I think it'd be fun if the reason why these things are shaped so alien is because they chose their own shape. Or the inventors who created them were compelled to use this shape. But their transformation phase is seen as a major flaw because they basically go berserk. You've ever seen, I guess a good comparison might be the boomers in Bubblegum Crisis 2040. The way they roid out, except this is more eldritch. Some of them do, in fact, have 6 legs, too. So, where have we seen that before? I don't know. That's a good question. Somebody messaged me. You have a heat advisory. And I think Comics Wellspring is trying to get in touch with me. go. Raining motherfuckers. The challenge with these things is that they don't have spider legs. They have these, you know, kind of Art Deco robot style tendrils. Kind of similar to that one robot from Batman the Animated Series, or several robots from Batman the Animated Series, both TMBA and the original 3 seasons. Yes, I know way too much about the DCAU. Like Doc Ock tentacles, or the big machine from Incredibles 1. Yeah, that too. Very much an Art Deco thing with old robot designs. Or at least that's what I associate it with, like Metropolis and other films like it. I don't remember there being a Metropolis robot with a similar design, but it was common during like the 50s too, to have, you know, robots with tentacle arms. And if you think about it, it makes a lot of sense too. In these things, they do not use Akai. They do have a malicious presence, though. The reason why we are distinctive about that is because this is more akin to, like, Eldritch Magic. They're channeling, yes, but Akai and the Sulen key, it's something that organic mortal beings used. So they literally can't use something like that because they're not technically alive. Doc Ock, but terrifying. And I love the idea of mixing cosmic horror with cyberpunk anyway. Because, like, machines can be terrifying too, you know? And if you mix, like, the cosmic horror vibes and shit, like, it's on point. By no means, I'm not like the inventor of Cthulhu Punk, but I like to think I'm a pioneer with Echoes of Olympus Mons and whatnot being good examples. In fact, I might be able to just like port silhouettes like this into the rulebook, because I do want them to maintain like kind of a shadowy look to them too. Like they're always hunting from the shadows and stuff like that, kind of like the ink monsters that we just did silhouettes for. Their shared behaviors. Like I kind of prefer this design to the Mars units, but you know, it's logical that the corporate Confederacy would want a more soldier-looking, humanoid-looking thing, even if that's like it's their hubris in thinking they can control these types of machines, or quote-unquote machines, that leads them to this. It's kind of like how CEOs are doing that same shit now with AI, thinking they can control it. I mean, I don't believe that we have actual AGI, which would be artificially generated intelligence. I think they're mostly glorified search engines and chatbots and things like that. But you never know. You never know what's top secret. But given that our leadership and our CEOs in this country and many others are absolute morons, I wouldn't doubt that they're just fucking blowing smoke up our asses. Oh, saving recovery information. And we're going to want to save soon, too. I kind of want to give it a stinger. I think that would be fun. But we're not gonna. Gotta stick close to the design from Chapter 1. Or at least the variants in that. There can be other variants, too. Especially once they transform. Give it some wrapping lines. So it's always balancing on at least 2 legs. And can probably mutate any of its legs into a weapon. Those scythes can become superheated as well. Some of them come almost bipedal. Some of them do not. Welcome back, everyone. Once again, we're doing a 12-hour stream. We're in the first block. Getting some TTRPG stuff done. I think we'll keep this going for another 30 minutes and then switch over to doing some PDF prep. Some corrections on Chapter 2. Let's go ahead and check the Kickstarter. We're still at 127%. If you want to back that Kickstarter, head to the link. Where is the link? It's pinned in the chat. The Kickstarter link is pinned in the chat, pinned in the chat, pinned in the chat, both on YouTube and on Twitch. So be sure to do the thing, especially if you want to get in on the ground floor. We have a ton of different rewards, including bookmarks, sticker sheets, and, well, one sticker sheet for the most part. And then we also have the solo TTRPG adventure. Let's go ahead and pop over to the Kickstarter page so that you all can see what this is about, in case you haven't seen it yet. You know, which is entirely possible because I've been streaming late nights. Information! So, ooh, ah. There's literally, like, even in these first 8 pages, there's a ton of lore packed into it, even in the environmental storytelling. The variant covers are going to basically be a 72-page edition that comes with behind-the-scenes information, my process. They're going to also have a lore compendium. You're also going to get Chapter 2 in this thingamajig. And then here are the rewards where you can get the solo TTRPG. Which will probably be using one of the blocks to start designing a cover for it. Because we really should have a cover for it. Although I am slightly tempted just to use that splash page, but we'll see. So the Net Ninja is $170. Wait. No, it's $127. Includes all covers, standard edition. Designs are Arcana Futura and Studio Copy covers. A set of stickers. The standard version of Xenogaia Revel Chapter 2. And gets your name on the thank you page. But you'll get PDFs for both chapters in that. And then the Meat Space Punk comes with all the physical editions, plus you also get a sketchbook with page 16 as the cover, and also the untitled TTRPG solo adventure, which will probably have a title soon, I guess. You'll also get the bookmark set, stickers, and a thank you page shout out for $170. And then you can also do the Full Immersion Addict, which includes pretty much everything. I think the only thing it doesn't have is the sketchbook, which I think that's probably fine. You're getting a bookmark set and that sticker set, XGR solo TTRPG adventure. Turn me into a background character where I'll basically turn you into a character in chapter 3 for the background. Which there's plenty of options for that. And then a thank you page shout out as well. Personalized inking on 11 by 12 Bristol board as well. Then you have add-ons, the bookmarks, the sticker sets, which are finally complete because we have Mr. Kinzoku and we have the Cthulhuroid Mars unit. But yeah, there's so much in this Kickstarter. I wanted to make sure because, 40 plus 23 pages of comic material, that's not like a ton of story, right? That's just basically getting the story started. So I wanted to make sure there was plenty of content available for this thing. So be sure to head over there if you've got a hankering to get in on the ground floor of this thing. I think this buddy, I want to add one more thing. Like this. I feel like he's missing something. I say he, but they probably don't have genders, considering they're not technically alive. They have a fleshy type thing. They're dead and dreaming. I guess I should alert my my peeps. Then if I want to do a variation of this, and I think I do, I think I want to shrink this down. The actual illustrations, I think, are going to be a little bit different, because I might want to stage them a little bit different. So what I want to do is I want to create a variation. It's got longer spines. I think these back spines are really cool. Because there are a couple of them in chapter 1 that have this kind of look to them. And then we're going to do one more after this that will be its own when they roid out. Or Akira out, if you prefer. And then I imagine some of them just have like a probesis. Here we go. Getting an idea. The question is, how do they roid out? So in Chapter 1, it's revealed that when Vyrn and his team cracked open the first-gen Cthulhuroids, as I'm calling them, they had something inside them and they weren't sure what it was. But they had an inkling. It reminds them of something that happened on their homeworld quite a while ago. We're talking centuries ago. Their version of World War III would have been fighting a cult. Fighting a cult, hell-bent on summoning an eldritch being known as Yog-Elios. And if you know anything about my OEI stuff, Yog-Elios is basically a being that consumes stars. So, very dangerous to play around with Yog-Elios. So basically, I want the creature to like start consuming the machine. The thing from the Dreamlands, the Astralands. Things that should not be. And I want to have at least one example of these motherfuckers roiding out. And then I like doing weird pupils, especially for eldritch beings. Damn, that album's done already? How long is that new Lamb of God album? I would say not very long. Still really fucking good. I love Lamb of God. I already said that, but you know. What I'm thinking is that Yeah, we already agreed to that, so... machine starts cracking beneath and stuff like that. Ooh, idea. And if one of them is just straight up a spider leg. I think that's gonna be pretty freaky. Alright. We've been going for about 2 hours. I think I deserve a break. Well. Alright, I'm going to take a break, and then I'll be back. Welcome back. I am back. You're back. We're all back. All right. I had a thought. I could potentially just go to Movie Times, the Movie Times screen, and show you guys one of my YouTube videos if I need to do an extended break. That way, you're still getting to see my mug. My face area. Real quick, I kind of want to... It's one of these. I don't remember. This is so annoying. Found it! I'm pretty sure that I had 104. I had this set up to go out to my bank account. Why isn't it edit? How come? It won't let me change my address. Okay, so it pays out to PayPal? And I can't change my address. That's dumb. I'm not doing a streamer survey. Absolutely not. When was the last time I got a payout from them? Have I been paid out by them? Stupid fucking thing. Yeah, I ain't been paid out in a long time. How do I see my fucking... So yeah, they owe me some money. Oh, Phil, if you're still in here, make sure that you get rid of that bot. You can type /ban, and it'll get rid of them. /ban, and then just copy and paste the username for the bot in your stream. Alright, so we're about to change over to block 2. Got him. Cheers, mate. Hell yeah. First rodeo. Gotcha. Gotcha. Alright, we're going to exit out of this guy. We're going to open up. See if there are any changes that need to be made. I'm going to have to do a CMYK conversion as well. Frontier, it was my 10th birthday, but instead of getting my first VR rig or a VR implant, Mom decided to drag us out to the middle of nowhere to continue our training. I wasn't exactly excited. The next step to controlling your Akai is to feel it. Akai moves through all things, the air, the earth, the blah, blah, blah. Sigh. I think I think I feel something, Mom. I did it. I did it. My sister was always so far ahead of me. Ooh, that needs to be fixed. I found one! One of the best ways that you can fix issues with your writing is to read it aloud. And then I'm gonna need to make a head for Rise's mom. Would help if I was in chapter 2. And I think she's the only one I need, other than... Oh no, I also have to do What's-His-Face too. All right. Since we want to bring these to a finish, see if I can do create my own chibi style, which is something that I've been wanting to try to master as well. But since I've been doing pretty well with my own distortions for that more anime style eyes and whatnot, whereas I used to draw a lot more realistically, this should be interesting. We got an ad coming up in 1 minute. You've been warned. And please remember that we did not choose these sponsors for today's show. They dragged us into a back alley at knife point and forced us to show you their wares. I'll see you guys back here after the ad break, unless you're subscribed. In which case, I'm gonna go quiet for a little while and just draw. I think you guys are back. I'm not sure. I'm going to listen to some Dream Theater. Sounds like Jade is on the move again. Hi, baby girl. And we will not be doing cat taxes until she feels better. But I'll tell you what we can do. We can show Jade off like this. Da baby. Let's flip it. Since they have the weird frog slash goat pupils. Like I said, I love me some weird pupils. I think that looks pretty good. At least for the purposes of Chapter 2, since I can't really afford more art. I'm at the max of my budget. Let this save real quick. It's gonna take its sweet fucking time. Alright, and then we'll flip the canvas and canvas back. And that's pretty good. Saving recovery information again. I think we can get away with just doing flats. There we go. Slightly different color. My baby girl. You doing okay? My baby. My poor cat. On Monday, she gets her new food. And she's gonna have to pee in a cup. Or a bag. She's got a job interview. She's got to pee in a cup. Her job is to be adorable. to know what's messaging me. Gratuitous cat content, always good. Yes, yes, yes. And that's the best I can do right now, because I don't want to stress her out or anything by picking her up like I usually do. Pickering her up, you know. Because that's English. Alright, now I want to make duplicate layer, merge selected, and we'll just use that. Not my favorite Dream Theater album, but also there's some good stuff on it. Like These Walls is pretty good. I'm talking about Octavarium. If you guys are lurking, be sure to refresh your lurk as we head into hour 3. Second block, hour 3. Alright, one thing I want to make sure I do so I don't overload my main hard drive is to transfer the initial PDF to the XGR backup or archive. On deck. And then I'll want to make some variations when she's mad later on, dealing with Iros. That asshole. Archived folders. How is it open in another? What's it open in? How is it in use? Oh. And then I can reopen what I need. After that's transferred. Yeah. I also I wanna clean up some of this stuff. I just want to make a new fucking folder, Windows. You son of a bitch. It won't let me do it. You fucking cunt. gonna export. Oh shit, I almost forgot. I need reference, for at least this chapter before we introduce the new style. The new hotness. Okay, I want to have that up. And I want to save this. We're going to close out to save on resources. Then I'm going to open this. And then we're going to create some new type. I think I used... Did I use bullet? I did not. Although I really like how that looks. I use kunai. We'll go back to whiz bang, biff pap bow. Come on. This is the problem. I really need that update passed soon. But if we can get a few more pledges and whatnot, I think I'll feel comfortable enough to go ahead and order that. I'm gonna make it look at least similar. Alright, we have reduced our resolution. Actually, I need to do one more thing before I reduced. Aw, Phil, thank you. Philarty. How's your stream go? And let me go ahead and thank you for the raid. Make sure I'm not watching myself. Reading back in. Oh. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, welcome in. We're just continuing to work on stuff. I need to open page 2 real quick. And we're going to have to do some things and whatnot. 257 by 364. All right. And now drop it down to 300. Okay, pretty much in the bag, mate. Nice. So your 3D model turned out well. It's like a commission, right? Or a reward or something like that. I think that looks pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. Save that. Color pass pretty much there. Oh, yeah. Yeah, reward for a German streamer. We got an ad starting in 30 seconds. Please remember we did not choose these ads. They dragged us beneath the sea to a dark temple on the ocean floor and forced us to stare into their book of secrets, which will translate to ads for you. I know it's weird, but it's true. It's true. She chose the rabbit, which was the first character, so some legacy bits to pick through. Ooh, nice. Very nice. All right, here's the problem. And this is some growing pains for me as a comic book artist and working with Clip Studio Paint. This area right here that I'm circling, this doesn't exist, or it's not supposed to. So the page area is where the boundary right here. This is actual B4 size. So what we need is to size this sucker down. And I think we can do that with a certain setting that I want to try out. It depends on your settings. Oh yeah, it worked. Holy shit, it's working. I think it's okay if it's a little bit bigger. Holy shit, it's working. Thank you, Clip Studio Paint, for not sucking. Welcome back, everyone. I just resized an entire panel. I don't know if you guys saw what I was talking about. I had to resize this, herd up to Clip Studio because of ads. All right, so you see this white area? That area doesn't exist, or it's not supposed to. So this is supposed to be a bleed. So basically what I did, I'm going to redo it because I didn't get it where I wanted it. want it to the very edge, beyond the bleed. That's where I want it. Need to give Clip Studio more of a go. Can you play with channels as with Photoshop? Oh, I have no idea. I don't know what is new in Photoshop, because I haven't used it for anything other than color correction in years. So the one thing I do need to do now is size this panel down. To see where it's gonna get clipped off. Like, honestly, that is so much easier than what I was doing before. And that looks a lot better. Looks way better. Alright, sweet. And I think what we're going to do for page numbering this time, as we're saving the file, is we're going to do even numbers. Even numbers, not odd. Then we want to export it. Clip Studio rules. It rules. Straight up. I love Clip Studio Paint. I swear by it. One new thing that I'm doing for Chapter 3 is I'm hand drawing all of the panels. So I'm not using their vectors anymore, at least. Alright, let's go ahead and save. Oh shit. Almost forgot. I forgot Geist's chibi. Alright, we need to do that. So I'm going to pop back into that folder. I'm going to delete. I'm going to delete that. So we need to do his chibi. I totally forgot. Are there any other chibis? There are not. Use Procreate for most stuff these days, but need to dip into Photoshop for massive print size promo bits and for editing individual RGB channels. Yeah, totally get that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get more into color correction and stuff soon to get my neons to pop more, but for the purposes of where I'm at now, we sandwich mental roughness and ambient occlusion grayscale maps into one to save on memory. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Where are my... Where are my chibis? Where'd I put them? Where are the chibi designs? Oh, there they are. I'm just going to size him down a little bit so he fits. I'm going to rasterize him. And then we're gonna grayscale him. So metal is R channel, rough or smooth is G channel, and ambient occlusion lives in B channel. 3 textures for the price of 1. Yeah. Nice. Fuck it, we'll keep them like that. I don't want to mess with that. I haven't found anything else that lets you do that yet, but heard a few folks in Twitch singing praises of Clip Studio recently. What resolution are you working to? I work at 600 DPI, and then I size down to 300. And then we size down again for the actual print size. Alright, so this is done. Alright, let me make sure there are no other things, because now I'm facing down a walking mountain. I thought you called the other guy boss? Question mark. Haha. You thought Geist was my boss? It's not that funny. I could be your boss. But seriously, why do I have to fight you? You're like 3 times stronger than me. Then your senses are working. So dodge! Shit! I want to center that a little more. So I'm basically going to be reading through these to catch, reading through them aloud to catch any mistakes that I might have missed. Your Akai wavers. Is he trying to take my goddamn head off? Alright, let's go. I jumped the gun before, but not this time. And the reason why I do 300 is because I want the option to do a large size, like Viz Big style edition. Or even larger, because this is on 11 by 14 size paper. Future-proofing your art, basically. The only thing that would future-proof it more is vector, and I just don't want to do that. I don't want to deal with the headache that is vector, and... and now... Ooh, you know what I can do? That's incorrect. I don't know why it did that. So basically, I just, for sure, usually make stuff at 2x or 4x resolution. Yeah. Yeah, basically, that's the process I'm following. Then this will not have a page number. I'm just waiting for page 3 to load. Hold on, I believe that is my wife. Alright, sorry about that, guys. I just had to do, I had to answer a call from wife as she's getting off work. $257 by $364. $257 by $364. Canvas size 257 by 364 millimeters. Change image resolution before I export. And we're ready to export. Thank you for the lurk, Phil. And yeah, sorry, I thought I mentioned that wife called and needed my attention. But you are likely no longer here. We're loading file. Loadering. Actually, I want this one again. That's slightly annoying. Alright, and I think I don't really need to resize this one, but let's see how it looks if I do. Ooh, I kind of like that. We got an ad starting in 1 minute, everyone. You've been warned. Gonna save. Some of these pages are gonna be real easy because there's not like a ton of stuff to do on them. I think we're an hour into this block. Oh, shit. We have to redo that. Because that changed the size of that. So we have to change... by 364. Let's go ahead and save. Save the master file. I think it's 257 by 364. Yep. Page 5. That's the spirit, kids. Stop calling me that. That over a little bit. I'm an adult. If you have to shout, I'm an adult, then you're still a kid. Ha. Plip plip. You've seen this technique before. Ah, finally. Your signature technique, I suppose. Or would that be too generous? I think that's fine. I'm not seeing any corrections that need to be done here. So let's go ahead and export. By 364. And now image resolution needs to be dropped in half. That should be exported just fine. Page 6. Trade me. Let's see. He's expecting me to use the first one to set him up, like I did in my match with Geist. He's getting all excited, like, yeah, this could work, and then behind you again. Oh. The fuck did it go? There he is. And I believe this is ready. .257 by 364 millimeters. I'm going to keep that one open just in case we need more black and white chibi heads. that's fine. I love that I can size this shit down appropriately. Like, that is so powerful. Ah, itchy ear. Did I get him? Do you think he got him, chat? Do you think he got him? So, the fun story about the origin of these key bombs, and they're going to have several different styles, is that it actually started because of a Dragon Ball TTRPG. Or not even a Dragon Ball TTRPG. It's Daijutsu. It was like the second version that I attempted. No. Fuck it. Doesn't need to be resized. Too slow, kid. Boom. It was a second version because the first version was, and I think I still have the files for it too, was Seleniar's Enigma themed. We got kind of decently far into a campaign too. Like, we were playing all the time in art school. It was actually pretty fucking dope. But there was this guy, his name was Drake Bloodthorn, and he wanted to play a legendary Saiyan. And basically, he wanted to be able to fire ki blasts that explode on contact, creating a shockwave. So we created ki bombs for that reason. And then we incorporated things like ki nets and things like that as well, that were all inspired by Dragon Ball Raging Blast and different moves in it. So, kind of cool. Kind of cool. But, you know, there's nothing like that in Dragon Ball, so why not use it for XGR? .257 by 364. Not 254, 257 by 364. On to page 8. Which has a couple of things that need to be resized, it looks like. Yep. A little bit bigger. And it's gonna think for a minute. This is the most time-consuming part of resizing stuff. Because it goes, oh! And I'm not even gonna bother with the, Ooh, we get to use the first of Ashley Freeren's. How'd I manage the what?
Setting stuff on fire.
Fire! Yeah, fire!
Can't wait to eat burnt macaroni.
You're welcome. Oh, crap. The shit? Yeah. Gonna move this. Make sure nothing else is weird. One thing I do want, an ellipsis down there. Just want to clean some of this up. Hello.
What's up?
Huh?
I said, what's up?
What's up? What? I want to make this bigger. Everyone say hi to wife.
Why you gotta picture Jade up there like she's dead?
I'm not. That's the cat tax. Because I don't want to do normal cat tax because she's not feeling well.
Got it.
So I just have Jade up there as a cat tax for now. Alright, so we have... You taste like hot dogs.
You taste like hot dogs. I'm sorry, I taste like an American then.
An American!
You want me to shut the door?
If you're gonna be loud, yes.
I mean, not intentionally, but... I mean, now I will.
Alright, I believe this page is just about ready to be exported. Not totally satisfied with all of the word placement here, which we're going to adjust. I think that looks a lot better. And then technically we need to do ellipses instead. And then rearrange some of this. Okay. And save again. We're almost halfway through. We are still at 127% funding. We're counting down to, hell, it's probably going to be 2 days by 8 o'clock. Yeah, 8 o'clock, I think, is where we're going to be at 2 days, countdown-wise. So you'll have 2 days to make your pledges and order your books. Considering we're going to be sending these out very, very soon. I want to make sure I have the right number of orders before we ship them out. Ship them out, ship them out. Let's go ahead and export this. Forgot to do the page number. I'm very good at this. Very professional. Much wow. All right. Moving on to page 9. Which I've already done some edits on. But it's a bigger page as far as like file size because of so let's see. I'm sorry, Raisa, but I just got a message from Kindris. Kindris. Fuck. Alright. That's just an image. So I can't edit that directly. Fuck it. I have a way to fix this. We can, because I'm spelling it with an I now. Actually, whiteout could work. I have a solution. This is the old way that I used to resize panels. Even that looks a lot better. One of these days, I'll standardize the size of these thingies. We have an ad starting in 1 minute. We're kicking, kicking butt and taking names. Excuse me. By 364. Let me double check. Yep. I not resize? Yeah, I didn't do it. Damn it. Alright, page 10. How exciting. Welcome back. We're about to edit page 10. But I think I need to pee. And I don't think I'm gonna resize that. I think that'll be fine. Because I'm not totally satisfied with that, Alright. I trust you. Make sure you catch your brother up and stay safe if things escalate like we train for. Aha! Ha 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 ha! Hi, baby girl. We're gonna resize. We're gonna redraw part of this balloon because it's not big enough to contain this chibi. And it's gonna save recovery information. Alright, exporting. Oh shit. Never mind. We gotta go back. I forgot the page number. And now we're going to export. Alright, and now canvas size 257 by 364. And then image size, we're going to reduce to 300 dpi. Oh, DePopo are after somebody. Alright, we're loading page 11. I think I need a bathroom break. So I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. All right, back from bathroom break. I think during the next big break, basically, I'm going to leave you with one of my video essays. I think that would be pretty dope. All right, let's see. Fuck you mean you're dropping out? Did I stutter? Where? There's already a glow. Okay. I wonder, can I make it cooler? Yes, I can. Ooh. A lot of hard work went into all this. .257 by 364 is what we want. Oh, shit. Damn it. There's a problem. There's a rough layer was still turned on, so let's reopen that. Just when you think you're done. With a page, it says, nope. Should always make sure that my rough layers are turned off, because that'll make it so I won't have to redo shit like this. .257 by 364. And size down to 300 DPI. Page 12 out of 23. We're more than halfway through now. Alright, let's make sure that our draft layers all turned off. You don't think they've thought about that? You don't know net ninjas like I do. They'll blow his heart the second they zero you. They won't see me coming. They won't see me coming. You can play at being a Sindala soldier all you like, but that don't make you one of them years. Oh, missed a spot. Not totally happy with the way that looks, but let's see. think that's improved. Waiting for that to stop doing what it's doing. Come on. Damn it. All right. Alright, I think this is pretty fucking good. Let's save one more time, one or two more times before we export, because there's one last thing that I see. Needs to be fixed. Which is no longer going to be a problem from Chapter 3 onwards, because I have changed my process. Alright, save one more time. Or two more times. We need to save twice. Twice. Because I need to add the page number. .257 by 364. .57 by 364. And now we need to reduce the resolution down by half. want to do a quick test. Just thought about something. We have an ad starting in 1 minute. Thank you for the lurk, Grim Curio. I saw you were streaming when I jumped online. I hope it went well. Oh yeah, that'll work. Oh yeah, that'll work. That'll be perfect. It'll be bueno. Page 13. Alright, let's see. Mom would forbid it. You'll get yourself killed. You'll shoot your eye out, kid. Make sure that is turned off. And I think I need to do one more thing. I also need to resize this panel. That last panel needs adjusting. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, that's right. Ellipses. Resize and save again. It's gonna take its sweet fucking time. Alright, we'll wait for Clip Studio Paint to figure out what the fuck it's doing. Then it won't matter that that's white. Go ahead and export. Save. Gotta save the master file. Then we're gonna do 257 by 364. .257 by 364. Not 3000 DPI. That no thank you. That would be a mistake. Page 14. Which I think I have one thing I wanna change here. I think it's gonna be a pretty easy change. And it's probably something that only really bothers me. Because this one's fine. Definitely want to complete this. This past me did not color inside the lines completely. So, first of all, we need to resize this. That is too big. It is too big to be a slug. To quote the great Mr. Zero. What the fuck? Why didn't it? Did I not get it all? Oh, it's locked. That would be why. The layer... I have to make sure I unlock all the layers. Come on. Come on, Clip Studio Paint. Figure your shit out. Ooh. I just figured out how to... reduce the amount of ads that play on my channel. Which is pretty dope. I think all of those are unlocked. Okay. I like that a lot better. That's been bothering me for a long time. You guys have no idea. You have no idea. Damn it. I want it in here. Should really make a version of this that is easier to drop into a file. But that is a problem for future me. Since I have a lot to do. I just got my tent for this weekend's Carytown Farmers Market. And no, I will not be buying a farmer. Okay, fix that too. Alright, we're going to save one more time. Writing to file. The countdown has begun! Oh, you know what? No. A change of seasons. Because why not? And we're going to go ahead and save. We're going to double check the Kickstarter while that happens. While we do that. Ooh, we get to lurk on Lilypad. I'm very happy with how that background turned out. That's probably one of my best establishing shots. And bam, peanut butter jam. back to black and white. Alright. A few things we need to do on this page. First off, complete these white areas for the balloons. Then I need this is our normal start time. Damn it. I don't like that it's doing that. Don't remember what font. What font is that? I better open that page up. This is the fun stuff where you have to go, oh, what did I do? Gotta load a chapter 1 page. Got mainframe. And then good. Can you even see that shit? I mean, I imagine you'll be able to see it easier. Oh yeah, it's really fucking hard to see. Oh, that's okay. So here's what we gotta do. Gotta resize these so that they fit. But not only that, we're gonna duplicate, rasterize, then make these conform to perspective. Then we'll just reconfigure this, and like this will just be scribbles, but it'll be fine. We don't care if people can read this. You'll be able to read it in the PDF probably. But I'm gonna go ahead and save that. What else do we need to fix? Oh, the list is long. Alright, so we've already done that. Let's go ahead and copy our chibi heads. is he? He's not here. That's where he is. Alright, and then we have a few other things we need to do. Damn it. Of course. Sometimes this program frustrates me. Ads, but behold, you're home in my stream. Behold, yes, your streak is very mighty. Your streak is mighty. All right. Believe that is everything we need to do on page 15. So we're going to save again. And we're going to see 71 hours to go. Holy shit. So we're gonna do a new one. We're counting hours now, baby. Oh, shit. All right, let's go ahead and export this one. Oh no. Yeah, sure, it was the wrong chat, right? Liar. Wife lied. Wife M has lied. let's resize this sucker. $364. I want to make sure that that was just my screen doing that weird rainbow effect it does whenever there's weird stuff happening. I think we did it. I think it exported just fine. Now, on to page 16. Now we need Keelan. All right, let's go ahead and make it black and white. And then save it. Then we have a few other adjustments we gotta make. But we're getting closer and closer to being done. I mean, you probably won't be able to see that, but, you know, especially not when it's reduced down. But so I guess the absolute edition of this, or the big version, would be basically 11 by 14. which would be fucking dope. Then from now on, this stuff won't even be an issue. Because I'm doing it different. Doing my balloon fills different. Super easy, barely an inconvenience. And the reason why Keelan's skin looks so light here with the spotlight is because there's a bright-ass light above them. But I'm going to experiment with some different ways to represent him in Chapter 3 with tones. Since this is page 16, we need a page number. We need a page number. Let's go ahead and save before we resize. Oh, crap. We have to redo it. Not happy with that text placement. Oh yeah. There's one more thing I gotta do. Come on. No! So like the light is coming down right on top of them. It's like one of those spotlight things. I think the tone could be a little bit darker on Keelan, but I guess it's fine for this time. All right, on to page 17. I didn't think about this. I didn't think that far ahead. Then we'll save. If you have to zoom in this much, you probably won't even be able to tell. This is an imperfect fill. I still want to get it. And this will likely be the version that gets published on the website as a PDF and on Amazon for Comixology. All right. One more thing I want to do. Then I'll save again, then export, then resize, and export again. All that wonderful shit. Haha. Still remember how in the roughs phase I accidentally started drawing him with 3 brow horns instead of 2 because of Veos. We're going to keep this open so that I can resample that Keelan chibi. But drop the resolution and export. Should be good. We're going to open up page 18. We're getting there. Are we getting there? Yes, we are. Six pages left. If you're lurking, please refresh your lurk. We're almost at the end of block 2. Oh, and here's one thing that we can do already. Thank you, wife. To zoom way in to spot these issues. And here's our opportunity to sample Keelan's head again. I like those trees, thank you. What is this brown, dirty stuff here? What are these? Trees, trees, oh, okay. And now we're saving. That looks good. I imagine this is a little boring to watch. Me just fix shit. But it's gotta get done. Psh. I have a good-looking dude to oogle. Who is he? I'll kill him. Is it Viren? No, don't kill him. I love him. It's Viren, isn't it? I knew it. I'll have to kill him off soon. You know, I wasn't going to follow the hero's journey, but I guess he has to die now. I didn't know you liked men with horns. Oh, there. Look at that. Did not realize. Did not see that. Alright, let's see if we can fix that. I believe that's cross-hatching. No, it's dots. We got dots in here. It's been a while since we've been able to say that. So, a few minor corrections there. That looks weird. So we're going to do a little bit of... This is one pose that I knew that I was going to have to probably fix. I wasn't flipping my canvas as much as I should have been. That still looks weird. This is why I rotate the canvas now. Or, not rotate, but you get what I mean. You get it. That's a cute cat. Yep, she's pretty darn cute. The best kitty. She's just doing her best. I think that looks better. All right, correction is not fully done. Oops. So I had this dream, and it was weird because it was again about snakes, but really tiny snakes, and they were like... they would launch themselves at us in parking structures and shit. Just like springs. Was the dream you married a super sweet lady? That was no dream. That happened in real life. That happened for realsies. There we go. What? But they were copperheads, like mini copperheads that were spring loaded. But copperheads are actually really docile, so I don't know what the fuck my brain was on about this morning. Alright, this is page 18. I think we're not going to have a page number on this one. And we'll see how this scene finishes up in Chapter 3. Next time on Xenogaia Revolt. Now we're going to export. Be right back. More than 5 hours in already? Yeah, we're doing a 12-hour stream. And welcome in. Welcome in. Thank you for the temporary lurky lurk. We'll go ahead and exit out of that and open this sucker up for resizing. Then the only thing I'll have to do wait a minute. 257 by 364 is remember how big the fucking canvas needs to be. We have an ad starting in 30 seconds. Please remember, my wonderful listeners, that we did not choose these sponsors. They dragged us into a back alley at knife point and forced us to show you their wares. We'll be back after the break, and this will be the end of Block 2 soon. As soon as we get that cover formatted. And I believe we can go ahead and close out page 17. So that's the last we see. And now we need a new chibi. Okay, back. Welcome back. Welcome back. I'm gonna need to get more water soon. Alright. And actually, we might need to make one for her to make her look mad. Her horns are redonk. Will you design stickers for the characters? Just asking. Yeah, they're already designed. We can repurpose the... Basically, I'll repurpose all the chibis that Anime designed. As I'm designing a couple to fill in the blanks, just because for budget reasons. Because, you know. Alright, and now we need to resize this sucker. This big ass fucking panel. Make sure nothing's locked, because it will not allow us to resize. And it's gonna think. Yeah, I mean, that was one of the first things that I made sure was ready for the Kickstarter. Alright, and it's thinking about all this shit. Yeah, and I'll be assembling the basically all of the rewards other than the solo TTRPG, because I'm still writing it and editing it. That one is going to end up being delayed just a little bit, just for playtesting and stuff. And now we just have to wait, because Clip Studio is thick. But I love that we're able to resize stuff like a whole ass layer. That beat. And basically everyone that pledges for those higher tiers is going to have access to the playtest. Some of that's going to get cut off, but that's okay. My tier is pretty high. I mean, she gets grandfathered in anyway. She gets all the access all the time because she's wife. Weef. Yes. Yes, weef. Kind of want to bring him down just a little bit. That fucked up some shit. But let's see how it looks when we crop. Yeah, it'll look good. That's where it'll get cut off. Then we need to get rid of more of those. So many layers. But at least I labeled them. At the very least, I did the bare minimum and labeled them. Yeah, it's a 12-hour day. We're doing 12 hours. Just a slight fix here. The great thing about... Okay. This is page 19, right? And once we resize this page, which we're about to do, gotta export and resize. we're going to design Iros's chibi. Or temporary chibi. I would like to see what anime can do with him in Chapter 3, but... We're going to be going till like 3:30 a.m. or something crazy like that. My dumbass didn't realize that you could favorite channels. 257 had a 364. All right, and we're exporting this sucker. And now, our favorite.
Hey, what's your power level? Hey, what's your tier? My tier's pretty high.
think that's a good start. I imagine this is the simplified way they would try to design him. For an RPG or something. I'm still sleepy. I think I'm still tired even with all that sleep. It does happen. I've been there. He's popping out of the screen. Looks good, really good. Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to try it with just flats. It's like we don't need a ton of detail for an off-panel headshot. I mean, obviously, it makes sense what anime has done, because we're using those for, you know, stickers and stuff. He's one of my favorite designs so far that I've done, especially for an antagonist, and he is going to be a problem for everyone. Now we just copy. We want to incoming favorite problem for the readers. Yeah. At least in the second arc. I have some loose plans that story's gonna get crazy. But we gotta get there first. Oh, did I? Guess I didn't even need to do that. Yeah, he doesn't even have any off-panel. Well, whatever. I have him. I guess I'm thinking of Chapter 3. So, I'll keep that around. Silly me. Hello, me. You designed something for no reason. Oh. I guess Jade wants in. Jade, I'm gonna take a break in a little bit and I'll let you in. Well, it's the old you keeping things simple for future you. Right. Well, hopefully, though, we'll be making enough money off of these that I'll be able to justify the cost, you know, as far as like getting more stickers done. eventually I would like to have an assistant to make this go smoother because... Well, because... We're going to have to resize a panel. My process for balloons has evolved as well. What would the assistant do? Just stuff that like backgrounds sometimes if they're really simple, you know, or they might do flats on color pages, or they might do tones too. But we're not there yet. Business has to make a lot more money. But it is a goal. It's the dream. Oh, thank you. I'll draw along soon. Mind is slowly waking up. I'm thinking of boosting it with coffee. Be right back. Okay. All right. Thinking. I have an idea. Damn it. I think that's a good compromise. I'm going to go ahead and lock all these layers. Because I'm going to try to do a thing. I think that's gonna be as good as I can get it. I gotta be better about my compositions. Damn it. Ugh. Come on. And then what we'll do is do this again. And Clip Studio has to think again. Ad starting in 1 minute. Alright, I need to actually need to do some extra work here. And I think this is it. This is it, Chief. We got 3 more pages after this one's resized. Alright, now that it's done thinking, would you say tracing then studying? Would you say tracing then studying the trace by doing skeleton study on the trace is a good drawing practice? I don't find tracing that useful myself, but that being said, you might. It might help. Some artists definitely find it useful. Just don't go, you know, using those as like your own work. They're for practice only. I mean, but then again, there are entire art forms devoted to tracing, like rotoscoping. So, like, the discourse around tracing is definitely weird. All right, I think this one's fixed. Oh, A little bit more. I lied. Oh yeah, 100%. I don't yes practice only, plus I delete them always. I'm only doing it for review and exercise before the actual draw. Yeah, I don't see... If you think it's going to help you, I don't see the problem with that. Alright, gonna export this and see how it looks when we crop it down. It's helping a bit every time, but the growth is very limited. It's taken me years to get where I am. Well, so oh shit. Fucked up again. Why do I do things? Damn it. And this is a good opportunity to do one other fix. then once we're done with these exports and whatnot, we are going to take a long break. I'm going to get myself something to eat. I saw another mistake. I'm like, no, not again. 3 pages left. This, of course, has taken way longer than I expected. We finished the first block in, what, like 2 hours? Need to resize this sucker. Do that right away. What? Oh, wrong panel. All right, let's see. This one looks good. This one needs to be filled in a little more. All right. Oh. All right, now we need to make another chibi. very quick. I forgot I had this fucker. All right. I just want it to be real simple so it gets the job done, so you know who's talking. Nothing fancy. This can just be black and white. Methinks. I haven't seen Jason Fraley on in a while. Hope he's doing okay. Maybe I'm just catching him on at the wrong time. schedule has been fucking weird. Alright, did I export this? I don't even remember. No, I didn't. Okay, that's cool. Name that tune. I dare you. And if you're lurking, do refresh your lurk. Will appreciate it greatly. This is basically the victory lap. The real victory lap is the CMYK conversion. Tones turned out so good on this. I think this is going to be the standard from now on. I guess I can only have 3 favorites? I don't understand that. Alright, let's see if we fucked any of these up. Oh, damn. All right. And I don't think I'm going to reduce that down because that would reduce the whole panel down, and we don't want to do that. Oh. All right, now let's resize. .257 by 364. Oops. Mubby. All right. All right, we're almost there. One more page and the cover. Man, I love the way the tones turned out on this page. We're gonna size this down. We're gonna let Clip Studio Paint stroke out for a minute. Oh, what's... Oh, Beavis and Butthead! You little bastards! I'm pretty sure that's gonna be good. And Clip Studio Paint. Oh, wife. It's gotta think because there's a shit ton of layers. So, many of which are hidden. Because this page went through major revisions, which is why we don't have to do a whole lot other than reduce it down. Just let it think, let it do its thing. Yay! I get to hurry up and wait! Oh boy! It's still going. Oh, we're almost there. It's really thinking. Well, while it does that, I'm gonna pee. I'll be right back. Oh, hello, baby girl. God damn it, Jade. It's done stroking out. At last. At last. At last. No. All right, here we go. Just petting the jade. Petting the baby. Just gonna save these files. And I want to import something. No, Krim wasn't involved in this, so I'm going to have to remove her name. Welcome back, everyone. We're opening the Chapter 1 cover real quick. Thanks, happy to be back. Speaking of back, damn, she cakey. Oh, all my reference was cakey. Exporting. She has the cakes. Bam. I do have to do some, like, update copyright page and stuff like that. Did I do the reduction? Yes, I did. And I think I can just... here's what I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna do it yet. Or maybe I will. So I was like, it's gonna take... I don't know how long it's gonna take. That's not even full size. I need a TIF. Oh, shit. That's the old one. I think I can do something else. This seems really backwards to do it like this. So I'm not going to do it like that. I'm going to create the CMYK folder. Go up to chapter 2 and print PDF size down and create the CMYK folder. And then we're going to convert this to CMYK and create a print PDF from that. Couple more things I gotta do. And then I'm taking a long break and I'm gonna leave you with past Eric. I think that's all the ones that we need to update. Writing to file. It's gonna take it a little while. It's still going. I know this is like the most exhilarating thing to see, right? Like, I can't do anything. I can't zoom out or anything. Just enjoy that very excellent kitty on screen. And then we'll start block 3. Aw, thank you, Flex. I'm good. I'm good. Oh man, I missed them cakes. Man, I could go for some cake right now too. But like, actual cake, I'm hungry. It's taking its sweet fucking time for a very simple page. Was drawing cakes on my side of the screen as well. We do love cakes, huh? Yes, 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 yes. All right, there we go. All right. Coffee tart cakes. That'll be the day. Have a break, have a stretchies. This reminder is brought to you by put sponsors here. By thank you, Sewer Bat. We are gonna take a break in just a minute. Oh, do ads too. Best time ever. I don't control... Well, I guess I could. I don't want to. Feels weird to run an ad. I'm trying to reduce the number of ads I... It's going to be a much easier chapter to format into print PDF. Oops. Didn't mean to save over. I work non-destructively, so it's fine. Then I'll have to also create a thank you page specifically for Kickstarter backers. Oh yeah, and I have to make an inks only version, which will take a little bit of time. But obviously I can't put the PDFs together until the Kickstarter's done. Because I don't want to make a bunch of, I don't want to make a page. I guess I could set it up, and that wouldn't be a problem. Ooh, this is a good Soilwork song. Don't pretend we are condemned where we stand. All right, copyright page is done. All that stuff's done. It's time for a break, everyone. I need a break. I've been going 7 hours and 30 minutes. We still have a ways to go, but, you know, I'm going to leave you with Past Me on my YouTube channel. Story Rant. View my channel. Let's do... All right, everyone. Thank you so much for sticking around this far into this insanely long stream. I'm going to leave you with Past Me, and he's going to fill you in on some Call of Cthulhu adaptations. And should be a good time. All right, I'll be back soon. I need to get something to eat. If I'm not back by the time this video is done, I'll start another video for you. The Call of Cthulhu is one of H.P. Lovecraft's most famous works. Published in 1929 by Weird Tales and once rejected before Lovecraft's friend put a bug in the editor's ear that he was going to sell the story to another magazine, The Call of Cthulhu centers around a deceased Brown University professor named George Gamble Angel, and his discovery of a strange phenomenon sweeping through the art department of his university. These artists are creating disturbing pieces of pottery and sculpture depicting a form that is simultaneously reminiscent of an octopus, a dragon, and a human caricature. One student claims he goes into a trance every time he makes his art and has no recollection of the process. Only the visions of a cyclopean nightmare city and the words Cthulhu Fhtagn remain. Will the world descend into chaos? Will Cthulhu rise from the depths of the ocean and deep time? There are no two ways about this. The Call of Cthulhu created one of the most popular horror characters in pop culture, to the point that you can now get him as a plushie at many fine literary establishments around the globe. Also, he comes in cat form and call girls, apparently. But despite the growing popularity of cosmic horror, Lovecraft's work in general, and not to mention Cthulhu himself, the Call of Cthulhu's had a troubled history when it comes to adaptations. A low-budget silent film adaptation made in 2005 by the H.P. Lovecraft Historical Society exists.
The time has come. The stars have aligned. And our queen has been crowned.
Hey, no, that's not the right film.
I was the first one to ever join the military in my family. When I got out, I knew that I wanted.
There we go, that's better. But many of the films that feature Cthulhu's name are actually adaptations of The Shadow over Innsmouth, which is kind of weird, right? The silent film is particularly interesting because of its creative choices. And don't worry, we'll be talking about this film in more detail later. But honestly, I think the best adaptation of the story yet was released last year. And it's from the same man that made the legendary manga adaptation of At the Mountains of Madness we talked about in my second Alien essay. That's right, we're going to be talking about Go Tanabe's The Call of Cthulhu. Like many of Lovecraft's stories, The Call of Cthulhu is an epistolary tale, told through the letters of journal entries of two deceased men, a boy and his childless uncle. When a disturbed art student brings Professor Angel a bas-relief depicting a strange being with the head of an octopus, wings of a dragon, and body of a man, he becomes absolutely obsessed with the mystery of why so many of his fellow art students are having dreams and visions of strange vistas and a nightmarish entity taller than any building made by man. Only the words Cthulhu Fhtagn and R'lyeh seem to be common between cases, and students often find themselves carving inscriptions on their bas-reliefs, ones that leave Professor Angel puzzled and disturbed. Eventually, a New Orleans police chief discovers that members of this cult are kidnapping people in the swamp of Louisiana. The police chief says that they believe the cult to be committing human sacrifices, but the cultists later claim they killed no one, that they came from the shadows to take what was offered. Ooh, ominous, right? This, combined with scattered reports of mass hysteria around the world, leaves the professor feeling a sense of dread and doom. Eventually, Thurston's investigation leads him to discover a newspaper article from 1925 talking about the discovery of a derelict ship called the Alert. Of the crew, there is only one survivor, a stark raving madman named Johansen, who claims that their original ship, a yacht named the Emma, was attacked and his crew was forced to commandeer the Alert. It's at this time that things begin to make a bit more sense. Thurston connects the dots between these separate events, the artists and their strange nightmares, the great storm in March and the quaking sea, the cult's activity, the mass hysteria, the dogs and cats living together, and the Alert in Johansen's story all seem to correlate with each other. Needing to know more, Thurston finds Johansen's place of residence in Oslo, and his widow offers him her late husband's journal. The journal reveals that the crew later discovered an island with strange cyclopean architecture. They surmise that the Alert was trying to protect the place for some reason. The island is strange, like wandering around a kaleidoscopic hellscape. Or, as I love to describe liminal spaces, an M.C. Escher painting from hell. Eventually, the men discover a great chamber, and unluckily for them, it opens to reveal Great Cthulhu himself, freshly awoken from his aeons-long catnap, and guess what? He's pissed. All but two of the sailors, including Johansen, survive, and the two men flee from the island of R'lyeh. An enraged Cthulhu, presumably because he didn't have his coffee in the morning, gives chase. Johansen rams Cthulhu in the head with the Alert, but he's horrified to see that the damage caused by the ship just regenerates. Though the Alert manages to escape, Johansen becomes the target of the Cthulhu cult, and it's implied they might have played a part in his death. Though much like Thurston's late uncle, the authorities can find no cause of death. Though Cthulhu returns to his house to begin his slumber anew, it's implied that he will rise again when the stars are right. Despite the rushed ending and some of the more unsavory aspects of The Call of Cthulhu, it's still regarded as a classic. Though it's certainly not my favorite story from Lovecraft's catalog, I'd be lying if I said there weren't some really cool ideas in this story. Stuff like a bunch of artists having shared apocalyptic visions, the nightmare M.C. Escher hellscape of R'lyeh with strange physics, and even Cthulhu and his cult are all conceptually interesting. Particularly the stuff involving Cthulhu's strange psychic power over artists. That's something that's always stuck with me. No, seriously, I'm so into this idea I've written a novel centered around that very concept. It's called Cthulhu Grimoire, and it's set in 2023 at a for-profit art school in Southern California, and deals with the idea that the Necronomicon can infect your mind like a computer virus. I can't wait for people to read this, because it's some of the weirdest shit I've ever written. That's the amazing thing about Cthulhu, though. Like a lot of Lovecraft's stories and creations, he's in the public domain. So anyone, including you, can take a crack at writing a Cthulhu story with their own spin on it.
She's a hooker, isn't she?
Yes, even like that. But what's kind of interesting about these adaptations is that all two of them, and no, I'm not counting any of the video games because I haven't played them yet, adapt the story extremely faithfully. That's right. Most of the events depicted in the excellent manga adaptation of Call of Cthulhu by Go Tanabe also happen in the original short story and the silent film. In fact, I can't honestly think of any differences off the top of my head after freshly reading and watching all three. The silent film is surprisingly good, considering the modest budget of $50,000. Its effects are mostly appropriate for the time period it's trying to emulate, being the silent era, and some of them are effectively eerie. It features solid silent performances and a tight script that even has some fun references to the Call of Cthulhu tabletop RPG by Chaosium, my personal favorite tabletop game, hands down. But let me tell you, the manga is something else. Like the At the Mountains of Madness manga, it does follow the story faithfully, only inventing dialogue for immediate scenes that are inspired by the journal entries. It's still an epistolary tale, but the narration is used as a framing device, perhaps more so than it has been in other adaptations by Go Tanabe. The storytelling is effective, and Tanabe seems to be getting better at making it clear who's speaking with these weird tailless balloons. Either that, or I'm just getting used to it. But let's take a moment to talk about the aesthetics of the manga. The artwork in this book is incredible. Go Tanabe has once again delivered. There are no two ways about it. While I sometimes find Go Tanabe's interpretation of Lovecraft's ancient structures and non-Euclidean architecture to be a bit hard to interpret because it's often slathered in grays and blacks and halftones, they're still quite effective, and the massive door that contains Great Cthulhu even uses some visual trickery to make you unsure if it's standing straight or slanted. While I personally would probably design something closer to Giger than what Tanabe offers here, it's still really good. The monster design for Cthulhu is faithful to Lovecraft's original description and sketch, but is still suitably creepy. Go Tanabe never disappoints in this area. His depictions of the Shoggoth, Starspawn, and Elder Things in other works are absolutely on point. The only thing I could say could use some improvement between these adaptations are the character designs for the human characters. But Lovecraft's characters have never exactly been the highlight of his stories, and often just feel like self-inserts, so in that way, these characters all feel familiar in that respect. All of Go Tanabe's adaptations are worth the price of admission for the art alone, and that hasn't changed with this release. But let's talk about some issues I had with this adaptation, because I think a few areas could have been executed better.
So, really private entrance. Entertainment center / spice rack. Gets great light through the top half. Can't put a price on a view like this.
What kind of internet is it?
Oh, let me see. Oh, it is Verizon Fios, 100% fiber internet.
I'll take it.
Get Verizon Fios 100% fiber internet starting at just $20 per month with a 3-year price guarantee. When it comes to your internet, it's 100% or nothing.
And check out the ensuite.
Oh.
Ninja Kids Live, infinite possibilities. It's time to enter the multiverse with the Ninja Kids. Live at Altria Theater, Friday, August 28th. Get tickets now at etix.com.
One of the things I often look for in manga and comics is a sense of movement between panels, and while Go Tanabe's work is generally beautiful, I do often feel like his work could use a little more flow between panels. What do I mean by this? Mangakas like Junji Ito and Akira Toriyama have made work that feels like they animate between panels. There are a few instances in this Call of Cthulhu adaptation where I think he could have illustrated movement a little more fluidly, such as when a character suddenly falls up while fleeing from the titular eldritch abomination. I think one of the coolest aspects of cosmic horror stories and weird fiction in general are the depiction of liminal spaces. Twin Peaks and its third season are a great example of how to depict liminal spaces on film and keep them feeling suitably weird. The episodes dealing with Dale Cooper's exploration of what I'm assuming is the White Lodge after having fallen outside time, as well as the episode that gives us a visual explanation for how Bob emerged from the first ever nuclear bomb tests, all give us a great sense of strange liminality. Given this example, I don't think either adaptation really illustrates the strangeness and liminality of Rael yeah, it would have been awesome to get some more visual trickery in the perspective and imagery to make the madness of what's going on as these people explore the island feel all the more palpable. The falling up thing, I think, is the best example, because we never get a real sense of weight for how the physics in this place is changing as the characters explore it. My other criticism would be that the adaptation is at times a little too faithful. But what do I mean by that? Well, other than some of the racist undertones still being present here, though it does take place in the 1920s, and at the very least not every character goes off making comments about mongrels and such, Professor Angel's executor and nephew, Francis Wayland Thurston, isn't so much a character as he's a device through which the story is presented. But I think it may have worked better to eliminate this character from the main narrative entirely, or simply have them come in at the end once the uncle's story has concluded. You could have also had him being an active participant in the story, in the investigation. To further extrapolate on this, it's not that we have to entirely get rid of the epistolary part of the story, but it's certainly one that's harder to adapt to other mediums. Unless you're doing some kind of found footage type thing. Part of the trouble with adapting Call of Cthulhu so faithfully is that the story's already concluded before it's begun. It might be a better idea for future authors and artists looking to bring this story to other mediums to think about telling the story from the perspective of Johansson and the artists. If the main crux of the story is the piecing together of strange knowledge and seemingly separate events revealing a truth too terrible for rational minds to comprehend, then I would lean into that. Have all of these things, the earthquake, the Cthulhu cult, the distress felt by the world's artists, and that final fateful journey of the commandeered alert and the discovery of Relia and Great Cthulhu all tied together at the end of the story. And then in real time you can have Professor Angel be the one who's been investigating this the whole time, having him succumb to a mysterious death and then have Thurston find his notes at the end. This would make the events of the story matter more to the reader, I feel, because they're unfolding in real time for the viewer and the characters have more agency. Adaptations do not need to be one-to-one recreations of the material, and in fact, in many cases, like the cult classic 1980's The Thing remake directed by John Carpenter, they shouldn't be. One thing I like about modern Cthulhu stories is how different each take is. Take Victor Lavallee's Ballad of Black Tom, for example, a novella that all of you need to read if you haven't, because I'm about to spoil a crucial aspect of the story right now. You've been warned. Where a young black man from Harlem stumbles into a world of eldritch magic and becomes the pawn of a wealthy white man who seeks to gain power and influence by wielding powers beyond human comprehension. The crux of the novel is that this young man who's been victim to plenty of racist bullshit ultimately decides to sell humanity out to Cthulhu and the Great Old Ones. One of my favorite quotes from this story is, "I'll take Cthulhu over you devils any day." Like, seriously, if we're talking about motivations and why someone might join the cult of Cthulhu, that's incredibly relatable. However, while these two adaptations are pretty damn solid and you need to check them out, Cthulhu may finally be getting the big budget Hollywood treatment. Yes, you read that title right. James Wan wants to make a theatrical adaptation of H.P. Lovecraft's The Call of Cthulhu. We've talked in the past about other Lovecraft adaptations that got stuck in developmental hell, like Guillermo del Toro's At the Mountains of Madness adaptation, which was canned after Prometheus became a perceived failure with the studio, and yes, I'm still angry about it because this would have been an amazing film. But could James Wan have a chance at doing what other horror filmmakers have only dreamed of? Well, James Wan's success as a blockbuster horror and superhero filmmaker would suggest he might have a bit more to say on the matter. It's been notoriously hard to get Hollywood to sign off on an adaptation of Lovecraft's work, and most of the Lovecraftian films that do exist are crowdfunded or indie films. The Void, if you recall, was crowdfunded and was absolutely awesome. And 2019's Color Out of Space was made on a modest budget of $6 to $12 million and was only given a small theatrical release, in 81 theaters if you're curious, and went straight to digital and physical media. Which to me is pretty silly. They could have easily made their money back with a longer theatrical run. So it's pretty clear that most studios don't see Lovecraftian horror as something that will appeal to general audiences. Even with the recent rise in Cthulhu's popularity, it might be hard for James Wan to get someone to invest in his vision. But I find it strange that so many outlets seem to think that Call of Cthulhu is unfilmable. And look, I get that most audiences won't be able to get the cerebral and psychological aspect of cosmic horror as a genre, no matter how hard you spoon feed it to them, but I think there's an argument for how this film could be made and potentially be one of the most terrifying things ever put to film. And trust me, I've done a lot of thinking about this, and now that I've written my own cosmic horror novel centered around Cthulhu, I've had a lot of time to think about how it might be possible to represent this madness on screen. I approach most of my books as if they're big-budget science fiction horror epics, because I grew up on films like Alien and The Thing. And the thing that really pulled me to Cthulhu is, as I mentioned earlier, his power over artists. James Wan, having cut his teeth on the Conjuring and Insidious films, really gets how to set up a good scare. And this is something that I feel supernatural horror filmmakers in general understand better than those working in other modern variations of horror genres, like, say, Wolfman. I thought the concept and allegories behind Wolfman were great, but I never felt scared for the characters in the film.
This Father's Day, spend more time with Dad by spending less, with low prices guaranteed. Give him more of what he loves: grills, smart home tech, and tools to build memories together. Give more and do more this Father's Day at the Home Depot.
Black Mana is ambition. Power at a price. Turning risk into resources. To win, you must move in the shadows, make the hard call, and sacrifice. Do what it takes, no matter the cost. That's Black Widow.
I think I only really jumped once. This constant need to make everything feel like it could actually happen, in other words, making everything a zombie-style virus outbreak or an allegory for the Black Death, I'm looking at you, Nosferatu, has sort of stripped these properties of their nightmarish qualities. Nosferatu, while beautifully shot, is less scary without the more supernatural aspects present in the original Dracula novel. The graveyard scene with Lucy, like, hands down, one of the best scenes in the entire book. Hell, I feel the design of Count Orlok himself is less impactful and frightening than the original silent film's depiction of the character. If you look at the slow build-up of the scares in Insidious and the Conjuring series, even considering the bizarre hero worship of Ed and Lorraine Warren, I can think of many scenes that gave me chills or outright freaked me out. The scene where Elise performs the seance in Insidious and pretty much anything dealing with the red-faced demon are solid examples. But even the painting scene where the nun emerges from the painting in The Conjuring 2 and scares the living daylights out of Lorraine is a great example, even if the film's writing wasn't amazing. Yes, the genre has a problem with overusing musical cues for jump scares, but I don't necessarily think that's a problem that Wan himself has. Sure, they're present, but I think he's shown he's more than capable of pulling off strong scares. Hell, I would be absolutely fucking on board if Mike Flanagan were to do an H.P. Lovecraft adaptation. But getting back to James Wan, if he really wants to make something special, he'll need to lean into that as well, especially when exploring the nightmare corpse city of Relia. But what do you think? Do you think James Wan might be able to top the two current adaptations of the Call of Cthulhu we've talked about in this video? Or do you think he shouldn't be allowed to go anywhere near it? And what do you think about the silent film adaptation versus Go Tanabe's manga? Which one do you prefer? Let me know in the comments down below as you deploy your like, subscribe, and ring that bell if you haven't, and share this video with someone who loves storytelling, deep dives, and discussions. And be sure to check out my books, and keep your eyes peeled for Cthulhu Grimoire, as it's going to be releasing this year. At the time of recording this, it's currently in the middle of its copy editing phase. Anyway, I'm Eric Malachite, and I'll see you next time, Space Cowboy.
You haven't seen the sun in days. So at this point, it'd be easier to just fly to it. Go on, book it. It's easy. Booking.com. Booking.yeah.
Watch the FIFA World Cup 2026 live on Fox 1, June 11th.
Delves into liminal spaces. Hell, have you...
Our spending is on track.
Yes, it is. Who knows how to budget, girl? You do.
Are those your grandparents?
Yeah, we're so proud of you. So proud. We love you. They're happy tears, aren't they, Grandpa?
From hard hats to steel-toed boots, Granger's got your safety needs covered.
Welcome back to the Story Rant podcast. I'm your host, Eric Malachite, cosmic horror madman, and I'm joined by Brianna De Silva, who is a filmmaker and indie author, and we're going to be discussing not only her work and her upcoming short film, but also the film The Substance.
Is everything okay?
So smile!
Might have heard of it. And in general, liminal spaces in modern horror films. It's going to be a fun discussion. Brianna, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself to the audience, and we'll go ahead and get started with the discussion.
Sounds good. Yeah, I'm Brianna. So as Eric mentioned, I'm a author and a filmmaker. I write epic fantasy, also horror, and yeah, I am on my journey trying to break into Hollywood. That's a big part of my focus right now in life.
That is really fucking cool. Like, I've had no, seriously, I've had like I mentioned another filmmaker buddy of mine, Eric Hackler. We've had on like the books the plan to kickstart a short film for my like OEI thing, and I just haven't had time to fucking do it yet. But it's really cool that you're doing it, and I can't wait to see your short film, because the way you've been talking about it on Facebook and whatnot has been, you know, you're talking about the importance of your DP and lighting and contrast and whatnot and cinematography, and it's refreshing to see that.
Yeah, I'll give some context too around like why I'm making this film. So basically, the strategy here, I have a mentor. His name is Cameron Pasha. He's a producer and a screenwriter out in Hollywood, and he's been meeting with me for like about, I don't know, a year and a half ish, giving me advice. And basically, what he recommended that I should do, and I've heard this kind of advice from a lot of people, is as a writer director, right? Because that's what I am. That's what I'm trying to make a career as. Is that what I want to have is like 2 really good polished feature screenplays, and then also a really good polished short film, and that's to show the range of my skills, right? Ideally, you know, one of those scripts is something that I want to make soon. The other one is something that's like, oh, this is kind of down the road. This is like the kind of an example of the career I want to get to eventually. And then, you know, the short film, of course, needs to show my directing abilities. So showing my writing abilities and my directing abilities. So I've been working on that. I have a feature script. It's called The Sacrament. And it is a queer horror film that deals with purity culture and homophobia, basically. And that's polished. I've been sending it to screenplay contests. It's already gotten some accolades. And so then this short film I'm working on, Guardian, is a similar tone and genre and style to show, you know, not only that I can write, but also that I can direct. And I've been doing like a bunch of, you know, smaller, cheaper things to practice my skills, of course, to prepare to make this particular short film. And for this one, it's going to be a, you know, much bigger budget. Try to make it as close to Hollywood, you know, cinematic quality as possible. Yeah, so that's going to be like my, what do you call it? My portfolio piece, my calling card. That's the goal.
Oh, that's really cool. So we're going to talk more about like your artistic and authorial pursuits in a little bit, but for now we're going to focus a little bit on the substance and liminality in modern horror films. One of my favorite subjects. I'm getting goosebumps right now. So The Substance was directed and written by Coralie Farja, I believe is how you pronounce it in English. I'm not 100% sure on that.
No, don't ask me.
But the film follows Elizabeth Sparkle, played by Demi Moore, a fading Hollywood celebrity who decides to try a new experimental drug that creates a younger, better doppelganger of herself with some shall we say, unexpected side effects. It's a body horror film that should probably make David Cronenberg very proud. I don't know him personally, though. So let's talk about modern horror. And so, full disclosure, I watched The Substance for the first time last night, and I was blown away. Like, this... Like, of all the horror movies that have come out that have used, like, liminal spaces and dreamlike imagery to enhance their messages or what have you, or to enhance the overall, I guess, piece of art, I don't want to say product, I think it's the most successful. Would you agree with that?
The most successful? I don't know. It's definitely stood out to me as one of my favorite ones that has come out recently. It does a lot of things that I love as a filmmaker, interested in horror particularly. So yeah, I was a big fan of that film.
Yeah, and by successful, I don't mean like monetarily, but successful at conveying. Because like, for me, like, especially in weird fiction is really, and especially with Lovecraftian or cosmic horror, it's really hard to capture that on screen. And I've been sort of developing in my head the best ways to convey it. And it's not necessarily something that you do through words, but rather visual language, I think. Okay. Whereas, you know, in literature, cosmic horror is much more wordy. It's much more about, you know, painting weird vistas and whatnot, and exploring. It's very much a genre that a lot of people assume can only be done in literature versus on film. And I'm seeing through like the filmography of David Lynch and a lot of people who are following in his footsteps, like the what's her name that did I Saw the TV Glow is also following in that direction as well, where modern horror is getting a lot more dreamlike, a lot more artistic than genre horror typically has been in the past. Usually that's, even your supernatural horror is not something that delves into liminal spaces. Hell, have you seen Lovely, Dark and Deep?
Our spending is on track.
Yes, it is. Who knows how to budget, girl? You do.
Are those your grandparents?
Yeah, we're so proud of you. So proud. We love you. They're happy tears, aren't they, Grandpa?
Think safety. Think Grainger. For trusted products to lock, anchor, contain, and protect. Grainger. Call, click, or just stop by.
No.
Oh, I recommend that one. That is a fantastic cosmic horror film, and it has to do with our national parks and people just disappearing. It ends in such... Oh, I'm not going to spoil it, but watch it. I've been meaning to do a video essay on it. I've just been too busy. But I think if The Substance did not have that dreamlike quality to it, I don't know if it would have had the same impact, because like the cinematography is just so crisp and bright. The areas that are dirty feels very suitably dirty and grimy, but those areas like where Demi Moore's character is picking up her packages in that, you know, weird cubby of a room that just looks like she stepped into an alternate dimension, it adds something that I think, you know, the film wouldn't have had without that aspect. You know, it makes it feel like a living nightmare.
I understand your question now, and yes, I agree. Part of what is happening there too is like the way that they're just the choices in shots. There's a lot of really uncomfortable close-ups that are in that film, and they're fantastic to experience on the big screen or just on any sort of big screen. You know, like you have like close-ups on, like, for example, the guy at the beginning when he's eating those shrimps. It's like the most uncomfortable part of there's like all this body horror, but like this guy eating shrimps is like the most uncomfortable part of the film, and it's because we're so close to his mouth and it's like and just filling up the space, and it's like you're not meant to be at that place physically. You're not supposed to be like physically close to someone while they're, you know, to their mouth as they're eating.
Right.
There's a lot of things that they do in there in that film where they just move the camera in places that you're not comfortable being and you don't want to be there. And so that adds to that discomfort. And then also what you're talking about with the liminal spaces, where it's just like, they do a lot of like the long hallways that are like just too perfect. There's a lot of things that are too perfect in that film, or things that are just, they feel just a little bit off. Like even, the whole thing with, I'm not going to spoil. Well, I guess we are going to talk spoilers for this film.
This is entirely a spoiler discussion.
But for the like company or whatever that's selling the substance, it's never explained. Like we don't understand who they are, where they came from, and all that it just stays in this level of like, it's not just mystery. It's like it's liminal. It's like it's one step off of reality, and so it's and that film, it's the whole thing is like, it's a little bit like it's a dream. It's real, but it's like hyper real, and it's mystical, and it has that just liminal is a great way to describe it.
Right. And so the guy you're talking about is Dennis Quaid, and he played a character named Harvey, no last name. Wonder who that's supposed to be a reference to.
Oh, I didn't catch that.
Yeah. Neither did I. I'm just putting that together now, looking at the IMDb page right now. Because like all of the male actors, and I guess we need to talk about the themes a little bit. Like its themes are very, very clear. I mean, at one point, Demi Moore's character is like, no, I can't let you go, to her doppelganger because she hates herself. She flat out says that. But on top of the film being beautifully shot, it's also extremely relatable. Like even as a guy, I just picked up on this immediately. The fact that many of the professions that are similarly tied to Hollywood treat women the same way. There's like they're disposable once they reach a certain age, and their looks start to fade. They're out the door. Other professions do this too, maybe not at the same extent as Hollywood, but Hollywood also has a bad habit of passing these unhealthy beauty expectations onto their female viewers too, that internalize it. It also teaches men other terrible habits too, but that's probably outside the scope of this podcast today. That's a subject for another time, probably. But I don't even really think that these executives are caricature that much. Like they are caricatures,
Right, but like not that much. There are people that are that ridiculous in real life,
Right.
Or at least come close.
So I was and that point about caricature, I had not a disagreement with my editor on a character, a background character in So in my next novel, Cthulhu Grimoire, one of the main characters is a black detective who works out of Los Angeles. And his wife's father used to be a police officer within the LAPD, and he is a super huge racist. And there's a line where Hunter is reliving his youth and dating his wife and everything, and he's like, so he asks this guy point blank in like the study or what have you, and there's an unequal power dynamic, so do you think if I go to the police academy and become one of the good ones, will I be good enough for your daughter? And the guy just says, hell no. There are people that are that cartoonishly evil as we are seeing now, in the real world. And I don't think it's necessarily a problem to portray them as such, I don't know. Do you have an opinion on that, on caricature in film or what have you, when it's appropriate, when it's not?
I have a lot of thoughts on that, actually. That's like a pretty deep topic, and I have thought about that a lot. I feel like it just depends on what the goals of the story are, and what right. kind of subgenre it is that you're telling, and what it is that you want to say about human nature. Because there's a place for, your gray villains, your complicated characters. I think for me, I feel like the value in those kinds of villains, the ones that are more relatable, are that it's the intention is for you as an audience to actually empathize with them, so that you see yourself in them, so that you can see them in you. Like that way it can be a self-reflective thing, so that you cannot be a villain in real life, right? Like, so there's the benefit is it's like a cautionary tale. And as opposed to sometimes you need to have just like a clear good guys versus bad guys kind of a story because you're dealing with things that are pretty black and white issues morally, or just the subgenre doesn't really have that kind of room for nuance. It's just like, it just kind of gets in the way of the story you're trying to tell. So in those cases, you do want to just have a solid, okay, this is just the villain, and you want to enjoy like rooting against them. Like that there can be a lot of fun in like hating a villain, and that adds to the like entertainment value and the catharsis when you finally see them defeated. So it just depends. It depends on what kind of emotional experience you want to create, and also what it is that you're talking about like morally in your story.
Yeah. I would agree with that. And I think the more that I continue to write, the more that I pump out short stories for the Books of Cthulhu, the less, I guess, the less fair I feel that I have to be to, the other political side or what have you. The fairness doctrine only works in, presenting facts, right? Not necessarily ideologies, I don't think. And I don't think it's necessarily the worst thing in the world to, as I just said, and I'm repeating myself a little bit, to, show people who are actually awful, who do exist in society, as being awful, because we want people to empathize with the heroes of these stories, not so much with the villains. And I think there is something to be said about, morally gray villains, as interesting as they can be, creating sort of a moral dilemma in society to a certain extent, because some people have really fucked up compasses when it comes to morality,
When you stay with Choice Hotels, you get more of what you value. Like at the Comfort Inn, where kids value breakfast with options.
I don't eat options, just waffles.
Like yogurt, cereal,
Just waffles.
fruit cup,
Waffles.
berries,
Just waffles.
eggs,
Waffles.
pastries.
Just waffles.
My man. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
Imagine creating a fresh branded survey in as little as 30 seconds. Well, that's SurveyMonkey with a boost from AI. Enter a simple prompt and the AI can draft the survey for you. Drop in your logo and get a custom look and feel instantly. Now you're ready to send out the survey. AI gets to work uncovering insights, highlighting the trends and themes you might otherwise miss. And if you want to know more, just ask. With SurveyMonkey, say goodbye to guesswork, get real answers from humans, and real insights from AI.
So the substance combines spiritual metaphor, sort of the old versus the new person, sexual desire, and the objectification of women, if I can talk properly, and body horror to really sell its point to the audience, allowing it to really transcend the trappings of genre horror. And really, this elevates the film. The fact that, like, it is sort of this... again, this is spoilery, so if you haven't seen the film, we're about to spoil the ending. How Elizabeth Sparkle, her ultimate fate is to become this Cronenberg monster of self-hate that melts into her own Hollywood star is brilliant.
Although I will have to interject real quick because I didn't catch this when I watched it. I only caught this when I was like watching interviews with the creators.
Okay.
But at that point, she actually has accepted herself. Like, because you notice like when she's at the very end, as she's like fading in, she like smiles. She has like this big smile at the end. And so there's like this weird element too, where it's like when she stops, when she's no longer like being, she's so far beyond the perfect woman. She's this horrible looking monster. And then she's like, she just has like this peace, it's weird.
Right.
That is I didn't notice. All right, I am back. It's a nice break. I hope you guys enjoyed the videos and stuff. If you like that podcast, be sure to check it out, the rest of the video, at some point in the near future. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and play a game for a little while. We're going to play Look Outside. Yes. Man, some of my books still haven't shipped. I ordered some author copies, and it takes fucking forever. It's kind of upsetting, kind of annoying. Trace complete. Now to compare. I see another growth. Oh no, you better get that checked out. I'll be here all night. Literally. Alright. Let's go ahead and play some Look Outside.